Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Hello Rickety Railway, hello Scarlet, hello Neocontra, Archduke, welcome. Yep, sorry, no casualties unknown right now. We are going into Workers and Resources. Doing a MegaCity 19 dude stream. Gotta see if our population holds. I need to update the stream. Need to update that right now. Oops, and all that. Where can I? There I can. Just for posterity's sake, so I don't forget. Okay. We're back in Workers and Resources MegaCity 19. We are working on stabilizing our population count, because it has been dropping the last couple years. And the issue was a combination of lack of heating plus I think just not enough workers in the orphanages. Hello Tanoran, welcome. Get 2 extra orphanages running now that still need more workers. More workers will hopefully through this year before winter move into these houses, because then they can work in the orphanages. It'll hopefully increase our population count. We got like 4 months left before pollution and winter kicks in again. It's not that far away. We've also reworked the starting area partially, making it a lot denser. A sports hall, an indoor pool as a attraction / sports facility, a cinema that will deal with culture, and a museum that is now less stressed and can deal with some culture and attraction demand, which should be okay. We're monitoring our higher education percentage, 43%, that will hopefully continue to climb as more and more people get an education, a higher education. People should be able to reach the school as soon as the road here finishes. Majority of people. But then we might have to crank up the amount of workers in the school itself. But otherwise all good. The school is overloaded, people are getting an education here, one after the other. Just means that some of them will not have the chance to get a university education because they're spending all their time up to the year 21 in school. It's just a little bit longer than normal. Money is not an issue, it's just going up more and more every year due to inflation. We've also started migrating over the building assignments of the prisons and orphanages to a dedicated distribution office, and that one seems to not be overloaded right now. I don't know if I would assign anything else to it. It seems to be quite busy still, so we'll probably just leave it. So yeah, we'll see how the population will do it. I will also have to set up water and sewage before the hospital here comes online. That sewage pipe is at capacity. Wouldn't want to put any more into it. Can only handle 70 something. It's at 50. Some spare capacity is good in case there's a sewage backing up, so we'll just leave it at that. The sewage treatment plant is about at half capacity. If we're taking 50 cubic meters per sewage pipe as our limit, we can go up to 150. I'm not sure if we should keep pushing the envelope though. But I also don't know if I want to hook up. I guess we could hook up another sewage pipe. There's more room. $50 cubic meters per pipe. Goes up to 200 then. If we run one extra sewage pipe to the southeastern area here. Whatever housing we're planning, plus industrial area. We have to bring the sewage pipe around, run it in parallel to, I don't know where, I guess along this road maybe? Bring it out here, running down this road with some switches. And the sewage supply could be handled off of that area. If we bring the sewage pipe all the way over here, we could run a system starting off of this road, running a sewage pipe either direction. Right now, the most important part would be the future residential area. Autosave on demolition click. Not good. I think this is the way I want to go, but maybe we'll leave a little bit extra space here instead. This way. There's not really any sewage pipe planned out of that location. There's plenty of sewage connections already. Okay, I guess we'll make this the central connection. Somewhere around here, bring it in. I guess we could bring it in before the switch in that area. Just run it along that side. Run all of our connections off of this area. We start off of that. It's gonna take a while to build. As you may have found an old pilot episode that I'm about to start watching. It's The Man in the High Castle by Ridley Scott. Adaptation of the book. It's a dystopian sci-fi series. Apparently came out 10 years ago. Set in World War II era and features a top-notch cast. Check it out if you like stuff like that. I have heard about that, yeah. I really don't watch much these days. Hello, Think Like. Welcome. My time is consumed by streaming and walking, I guess. I didn't know that walking ever became like something I would invest time into. But here we are. I also have to create another sewage output connection, I think. Do we need that much sewage output? Or can we run it through three pipes? I guess I don't know how much the input is versus the output, since presumably we're eliminating some waste. Should be fine. Megadas 19. Hello, Think Like. I thought some people said it's a Mega Monkey City. Good series, hope you enjoyed. You might also like The Handmaid's Tale, though it's a bit dark. This might cause a traffic jam again at our sewage treatment plant. Gotta be careful. It's a lot of work. But off of this switch we should be able to run connections to either area and be able to distribute it accordingly. Found the series in your recommendations on the Prime home screen, only has 4 seasons. I don't like the fact that sewage is already piling up here, but I guess it's because there's not enough workers all the time. Should be okay. I guess we'll continue the road here. Look at how beautifully laid out the city is. Thank you. Took a little while. Okay, road is now present. It can reach the local school, meaning that there's a lot more work to be done by this school as well, and the other one should be hopefully reducing in stress a bit as people migrate to the one that has higher loyalty. Welcome back, MegaCity. Hello, Scott. Welcome. Might be wrong, but I think it was the first thing I saw you playing this very city. Are you sure about that? I thought you were here longer. Much longer. This is like a very recent city. No, then you were looking at a different city. You were looking at MegaCity 1, not at MegaCity 19. It's our third MegaCity. The first one was a failure. Second one was a really long-term running project, and then this one is the last one, which is only using early start components. We do have another one. Yes. Tears of Death. That went fast. Das war schnell. Oh wow, already at 12,300. Good population growth stats. Might get somewhere this year. Might be able to recover now, if it keeps up the pace. Fulfilling demands again, lowers alcohol addiction. I could have, I guess, noticed the issues if I take a look at the alcohol graph, but hopefully it'll be better now. That's what I was worried about. Traffic. If the sewage treatment plant burns down, we're gonna have a huge issue. 2 years of deaths, still doing megacities. We're gonna assign some trucks to this. I know the maintenance offices are already very busy. Oh, not anymore. Looks like that little pause in construction has actually given them enough time to finish up some of the maintenance work. We'll still get an extra maintenance office here. That will be helpful. I'll need a batch of vehicles for them. What do we have? Open, covered, bus, sure. It's a T40 65. Covered, dumper, open, liquid concrete, and the bus is a 24 omnibus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That leaves the road, the service crane, which we already have. Just need to transport that. So we'll produce a batch of 5 vehicles and then should be all good. Let me know when that queue is done and we'll set you up for vehicle production again. Personal cars. Not a fan of this at all. It's just way too much traffic. It's gonna cause supply issues elsewhere. Gotta keep this monitored. Oh, we're already at 12,400. I thought we would struggle getting to 12,800 this year, and maybe we can go past that. Unlikely. Once pollution sets in, it will be shut off. How are the houses doing? You are full already. Working in the orphanage. You're filling up. Culture, pub. Sure. 21-year-olds without their own flat, probably high loyalty, highly educated. We'll open up this building and also assign them to the orphanage. Make sure the orphanage is staffed, both of them, as much as possible, because that'll be our population growing insurance for this winter. Okay, there's a reduced amount of traffic now, just tons of gravel. Trucks can help with that. This should be manageable. I am thinking about making this a new layout. Thinking of moving this over by one. and slowly putting everything else in a more organized, slightly higher density fashion. I don't know, like the park area also doesn't look too bad. Scarlet already getting ready for bed? You wouldn't. How can you do this to me? I just started. Oh, we have highly educated workers in here too, huh? Loads of highly educated workers. And yeah, Archduke, if you're still here, that other game will happen again in the afternoon. I just forgot to change the stream title. It's just a bit loud in here. Ah, I see. I see. Maybe they'll drive here if I give them a path. Here's the construction office. Same assignments as this one. Support, maximum range, maintenance only. 40%. Machine replacement at 20%, so it goes fast. Loyalty went down. Might recover and continue going up, we'll see. Get some people with higher than 50% loyalty in here now, which is okay, I guess. As long as it's workers for the orphanage, I'll be good. 2 months, then pollution will be in full swing. Plant some trees. Middle one, please. Some leaf trees. Fleißiges Bienchen. Yes. People be mistaking opportunity to not name it Beepo, but I guess that might have already been taken. Oh yeah, the gravel horse carriages are also supporting the road construction over here. I guess they are busy with that too. Very busy tram line. Must have been a traffic jam. Hello, Archer. Welcome. It's 10 minutes to lunch. Good morning to you. Oh, it's gonna maybe make it to 110 years. Come on, you can do it. Just don't move. 7 more days. Unless it counts 30-day months, I don't know. It'll probably start moving very soon, once the food is out. I guess we can see what happens. The scrapyard should be able to take the train. If all of our trains can get 110 years old. I don't think that's going to happen because this is a train that doesn't move as often, but 100 years should be doable. It's a historic moment. The rust bucket will finally be replaced. Automatic vehicle replacement should take care of that, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I have not set it on. Send to scrapyard, sure. 110 years on the dot. I'll be able to go and rest soon. Well, gotta check and see if the train gets replaced and the train cars maintain their wagon configuration. That's the important part, otherwise the supply is not gonna work. And then I might turn off. If that doesn't work, we'll have to turn off auto replacement, I guess. Oh yeah, 12,700. Probably gonna get to 12,800. Still some people waiting for open flats, but I guess that's people with really high loyalty. Shouldn't be uneducated workers, I don't think. Oh, maybe. Nah, it was just regular workers. Oh no, there's one with no education. Okay. Yeah, I guess you can move people in with no education here too. They can go to school, the local school, and get one and then work in the orphanage. That's fine. 111 uneducated workers, that's a lot. Yeah. Let's try and fix that. Still some backlog to work through. Let's shut off the cableway, accepting passengers and students. Because it should now allow people to walk back to the tram stations here for all residential buildings that were previously out of range. Yeah, sure, move a bunch of uneducated people in, that's okay. Not the ones with the highest loyalty though. They need to stay and work as teachers in the school and university. Run it in like regular mode again. Let's see if we can just try and give education to more people in general. Okay, vehicle production is done. Go back to personal cars, make more Dixies. Can we load one of these, please? Thank you. And then you can go to the construction office. And help us work over there. It's still active, it's still at 79% wear and tear. Shouldn't be much more than a month. But yeah, it's parked quite a lot. The next train might be able to get to 120 years. It's not that much travel distance that the train has to do, just a lot of waiting to keep things supplied. %, at 94. Just got repaired. Everyone wants attraction building, a couple people want sport. $12,700, it's October. That's really good increase in population, that's for sure. We also still got capacity of more children going into these orphanages. Which will happen as soon as the pollution kicks in and takes care of some of our population. But yeah, I think we're on a good trend for population recovery now. Can't believe I left the city in a bit of a time bomb state. But it seems to be recovered now. Food or meat? What are you talking about? Is there a lack of workers in these facilities? I'm sending everyone to cableaway stations. You will... Well, if I do that, then at some point people are gonna be like, no one's working in the fire station. I guess as more people move in, they should also fill the slots as sellers. machine replacement, that's fine. Don't need to know about that right now. Do have a dedicated new maintenance office that can help with that. So much material on road, and it's only at 20%. But thankfully the steel and mechanical components are very close. If the production keeps up. Which I guess it doesn't really do right now, huh? Put that mechanical component factory at 5 workers. Okay, we went up to 12,700 citizens, and now the population decline is happening again. The 21-year-olds without their own flat are only going to be people with extremely high loyalty, so that's our indicator of... We have some people with 75% or higher loyalty ready to jump into places. Which we don't want to make all of them move into the city, we just want to know that yes, there is an overcapacity of high loyalty. At some point when that number gets really big, we can consider opening up an extra building for those people to work in, to live in, and then work somewhere. Like we could, for example, designate a high loyalty building next to this school and have teachers work in this school as well with high loyalty. But I would have to fill a building first. Which I guess we could do. Highly educated, maximum loyalty to work in the school first. That's 150 people, which could run the teachers and the staff slots. As soon as they become a little bit too disloyal, they would run the staff slots. Okay, sure. This building will be flipped over to 75% or higher loyalty, which I think will now empty out the 21-year-olds without their own flat. At least for the highly educated ones. It might be people with high loyalty and basic education, which we would use to run more prisons, and I don't want to run orphanages that way. I mean, people with high loyalty running orphanages just means more capacity too. But no. Basic education, high loyalty is for the prisons only. Everyone in this building works in the school, otherwise you go wherever you want. You spread out evenly amongst all buildings, basically. At some point we'll have to go and check and make sure that there's a ton of people with high loyalty in here. So we can then switch the school to require a minimum amount of loyalty of 60%. Which would then boost all the students in this area also to 60% loyalty at that point. Which would help the overall loyalty in the Republic. Plus additionally, having very loyal workers means more productivity. That is some really loyal workers in here. The uneducated workers. Got 140. Plus some 21-year-olds without their own flat. It might just be uneducated workers. That is the other thing that could happen. Uneducated workers, I guess. But yeah, the visit to the school here shouldn't take too long. Temperature's dropping, as is population. This doesn't need to be handled by important trucks as well. It's a pub, it needs like a delivery every year. 7.5 tons of alcohol. I mean, depends on the addiction level, but it should be coming down now. I guess during winter it might go up. Nope, still crashing. Good. Hopefully culture enjoyment will trend up again. It's going to take a while to recover. What about the culture enjoyment over here? I think it's getting better. Still kind of awful, but it's getting better. Yeah, should be okay now. These houses are recovering their culture as well. Full capacity cinema. Sports facilities are being shut down during winter, meaning a lot of extra workers can flood into the other buildings and deal with their demand. And yes, demand for sport during winter will be high, but we got one extra sports facility this time. Got one sewage pipe coming down this way, one going up the road. I think that should be enough sewage capacity for handling whatever we're planning in this area. There's not that much being planned, but it still needs sewage management, of course. Also have to bring a water pipe here. That should be no problem. I really want to redo the water network, put large pipes in, which would create a water shortage for some amount of time, which would create probably a population decline, because I don't think I have enough water trucks to deal with that. Oh, I would have to set up an overlapping water supply. The pipes I'm thinking of replacing is the main supply line, so there's no... the redundancy wouldn't work. I'm thinking of replacing this pipe coming out here, the medium pipe, with a large pipe. So everything on that side would be cut off from water. For the duration, the water tower wouldn't last that long. 20 days at this rate. I don't know if I want to do that. Testing your road. Yep. Please do. Really wish there was a way to make pipe replacements a bit easier. I like it. I'm thinking about it. Hello, Saddler. Like I said, I could set up an alternative... I could just set up a secondary substation and hook it up to an alternative pipe. Then replace the new pipe. And then remove the backup setup. But yeah, we would have water for 20 days, plus however long the substation lasts once it loses... I guess, wait, no, I think it would be fine. Because as soon as the water tower runs out of water, it'll switch back to water conservation mode, and then maybe the technical service will be able to supply enough water. Maybe we'll do that in summer, or in spring. I mean, right now there's no real reason for me doing this, other than I could hook up the water supply of the new area to an existing switch rather than having to go off of the water pump. This would make a lot of sense. Also need to plan for a water tower here once we place the substations. How's our train doing? That's a different train. Where's the other one? Wait. Did you replace that one with a different train that's 106 years old? Where's my vehicle age? Where's my 110-year-old train? Did it get replaced now? 109. I think it got replaced. It might have pulled out the 106-year-old train from the depot and put it in front of the wagons. So that's the other BR, the BR80. Now just give us a way to have multiple input water switch, preferable priorities like electricity. I always wonder if it has something to do with the performance of the game. If they would give us that, because of how much water calculation is actually happening. Like it's doing it every second, right? Every tick, water calculation happens. It might be doable. I guess so. 2 input, 2 output. I mean, you have a water tower. You can use a water tower for that, for redundancy. You have 2 inputs and 2 outputs. You just don't get the benefit of the water pressure unless you put pumps in front and after it. So a water tower does that already. I just didn't build it with that in mind. Maybe in the future I should always run a large pump into a water tank. Because then I can set up distributions off of that too. Yeah, I don't know. I think it can lead to interesting logistical situations. What would they do in real life? Probably finish the construction so much so that they only have to shut it off and rebuild the rest of it in like a couple days. So the the water outage is minimized. But I don't know if that is what they do in real life. That's just an assumption. Orphanages are full because pollution during winter creates more orphans. That's where orphans come from pollution. Speaking of pollution. Oh, it's so beautiful. Quite often from what I've seen, they install a large garden hose type temporary pipe on the surface while they work on fixing the pipe. That way interruptions are not very long. Ah, okay. So, a fire hose sort of thing. Bigger than fire hose as well, but similar enough. Yeah, flexible hose. Probably not woven material, although it would probably be a steel woven hose, I guess. I think they're using fabric for fire hoses so it doesn't conduct temperatures easily, so they can grab it and not melt their gloves when it's close to fire. If it is a metal hose, then and you use that for extinguishing and you have to go into a building, then the hose might get really hot. And at some point you're spraying the fire down with steam, which isn't ideal. That wouldn't happen. The water internally would probably cool it, but I'm just thinking nonsense. That is a lot of students here. It's not going to be enough room for uneducated people to move into. I guess we could let uneducated people move into the buildings close to the pollution here, which are getting cycled more often anyway. So uneducated people can move into these houses and then they just walk to school and get an education. And that should hopefully alleviate a little bit more stress on this school if they can't keep up with things. As soon as people turn 21, they can move into a residential building closer to the other school and there will be fewer visitors here. Average loyalty 46. People with really high loyalty moving in here. Well, crank up the loyalty to 50 and see how we do. Oh, let's do 60. Let's try 60. I don't think there's going to be enough teachers. But the increased productivity from a couple people with high loyalty might be kind of good. Plus it would create more loyal students. I'm gonna set the checkbox again, so we can focus the loyalty gain on the people who are gonna get released from school the fastest. And just run it that way. Okay, you 48% loyalty. Are you gonna get another education tick in an hour of school time? No. 36 loyalty. You just started school. You should get at least 1, maybe 2 loyalty ticks from the teachers. Maybe not. 40%. 41%. How did you go all the way over to that other school when you could just visit this one? Or maybe you just jumped over to the orphanage because your parent died. I guess I'm very sorry. That is probably what happened. Well, plus side, good news, you can now go to a school that's less overwhelmed, I guess. I know what I need to do. I think I need to change the student lines. I need to not unload them here again on stop 2 and 3. That's the mistake. To not unload them. We can skip stop 3. We just load whoever. Because when I force unload them, they all march to the school because it exists and it just overwhelms them. So we're just gonna pick everyone up who we can and then transport them over to the other side, which is a school that has more capacity. That one will do that. There we go. Hopefully. You could also get unloaded here and reach it. We don't want that. So stop 3. Yeah, let's just get in. Exactly. Don't unload students here. Okay, that one already made sense. So the amount of students in this school should now go down. And the amount of students in this school will go up dramatically. Someone unloaded students here, I think. Which one was it? Counterclockwise tram doesn't even go through this stop because it doesn't make any sense. And the clockwise tram also doesn't need to do that. This stop, I mean, it's loading students from here. I guess, yeah, sure. You can do that. I think there's just a huge influx of students in the area. But we're moving extra students in by the virtue of how the trams worked. Always unloading everyone and then sending 44 extra students to the school. It's not ideal. If they don't get picked up in time, they will walk to the school. I could slowly feed them through the city by foot. Tell them if you don't get picked up, you don't walk to the school, you just walk to another, like a cableway station, and if no one picks you up from that, you walk over to the tram station and then you can walk to the school. So I could give them a task to walk like a couple kilometers to school. That could be a thing. Okay, population growth, nice. Also moving uneducated people into their own flats, somewhat. Will increase population growth because they have their own flats, they can have children. Maybe the education crisis exacerbated the problem we had. Sure, uneducated people here too. Bring them in. $208 uneducated workers. Already in their own flats, just waiting for the school education to finish. I hope you can bring everyone to where you need to bring them. With the intermediate stop, it should be doable. I mean, as long as you don't have a traffic jam, even without a stop, it should be fine. Mahlzeit. Mahlzeit indeed. Come on. Spent half an hour getting through that junction. Why did you slow down there? What was going on? I don't know. So we unload everyone and reload them to reset their timer. You're loading workers. That is a mistake. Oh, you're loading workers without an education. Is that what it is? I guess they count as workers. They're not really workers. They're also students. We don't let workers without an education wait at the student platform, I guess. That is true. And all those workers have to go to the local school because no one picks them up for the correct tram. Unfortunate. I think we could also unload the students here. Might have to bring down the loyalty requirement again. I don't want to though. We'll just wait. If we go up to 500 people, 500 workers without an education, then maybe I'll bring it down. But I think right now we're just getting more and more loyal teachers that will move into the residential building and take over slots for the school that It should slowly increase its capacity. Looks like we'll be getting up to 140 students through per session. More than 140. That sewage pipe is getting built very well. Still waiting on the road. Built with the school kids as snowmen. That sounds very unproductive. No snow. No snow. We can use the snow from the roads. And we don't need snow plows. But don't put the huge snowballs from the snowmen on the roads. Roll them into the designated snowman building areas, and then that will be fine. Doing a snow angel is sport. That sounds like religion sympathy. Please follow me into this room here. Let's go to the sport hall. Seems like it's not too busy at the moment. Together with the indoor pool. A bit of a queue is okay, especially right now in the middle of winter. Well, yeah, seems like two facilities are handling this quite well. We'll see if alcohol addiction goes up during winter or not. A little bit. Not too much though. I guess the people who live in areas that don't have an indoor sports facility and don't make it to the sports hall are suffering a little bit, but other than that, it's alright. The other school with the loyalty boost is now also active. We did build one earlier, or? Yeah, we built one sports hall. The only sports hall. And the only indoor pool of the whole city. We moved the old the old indoor pool to make room for the sports hall and the tram stops, which aren't being used yet, other than as waiting platforms. I don't like that message. That is a decent amount of prisoners, but it should be okay. Our overflow prison is not too full yet. Getting a lot of prisoners though. Okay. For the most time it's looking okay. Bit of a queue in front of the hospital. That's okay. Twenty, 21-year-olds without their own flat and 200 uneducated workers. The number of uneducated workers will hopefully start going down soon. It has been decreasing now, but that is also because it's winter, I guess. Although I don't think we have uneducated workers past the age of 30. That would be weird. So they shouldn't be affected by pollution, I guess. But they could be affected that we lose children and they count as uneducated. It's not uneducated workers, it's just uneducated. So if the orphanages don't have enough capacity, then we will be losing uneducated citizens during winter, as we have every year. People with basic education going down, people with higher education holding steady. Yeah, the schools need to catch up. Looks like this one is doing well. Letting some people in without known education, I guess, but okay, sure. Every now and then you can do that. Looks like the sewage pipe is done. A lot of sick people over there in the hospital. Yeah. It jumps around every now and then. Whenever a tram arrives with a lot of sick people, there's a bunch of people coming in, they get treated, and then there's the queue goes away, so I don't think we have a capacity issue. Looks okay to me. That hand for the duck looks very strange. I think our birth rate for the last year should be higher? No, wait. The birth rate should be the same. The death rate should be lower because we lost fewer orphans, I think. So that if we compare, let's say this year from today to January 5th to the one before, 3068. Okay, we had fewer deaths last year. But we had 400 more births. Interesting. I thought we would have fewer deaths rather than more births. Maybe we allowed people to move into their own flats so they had more children, even if they had no education. Uneducated workers is going down from 200 to 157 now. And these actually are the uneducated workers, not any children that count as uneducated. So it is being worked on. Lots of room for them to fill. Get an epidemic, serious health complications or death. Will not spread easily, but could last a long time. Also, way fewer students in the technical university. I guess if fewer people finish the school, then there will be fewer students in the technical university. It does make sense. Looks like a big labyrinth from this perspective. What does? The technical university? Or the footpaths? At least we don't have to put pedestrian signs everywhere. The whole city. True. But that's what every city looks like. Unless, I guess, in the States. European cities look like that, I guess. Maybe not exactly like this. This is... I don't know if there's any city that looks like this, surrounding housing blocks that have like a core of stuff put together. This looks very, I don't know, like industrial era Britain. Sort of. It's a Unicarte. A Unicat. Unicard. It would be nice to have more sellers in the market hall here, so we don't have any starvation issues. Send people with basic education in here, and no education. Maybe you can get the market hall staffed. Once the population evens out a bit again, we can switch some buildings back to highly educated. The goal was to get as many people highly educated as possible. But right now we just need to make room for the people that we do have. And some of them do not have an education. Although that number is shrinking quickly. Unique in English. Yes. So these things do not transfer electricity through each other, huh? I don't think they do. Someone said that. So we might not have the power capacity that we think we do on this network. 2 of them would be okay. 4 of them, the middle 2. 3 of them would not be okay. The middle one wouldn't really supply any power. Where are the kittens? Do they have a cat house too? Now you're starting to confuse me. What are we talking about? Cats? Kittens? Unicat? Oh, all the snowmen went away. Okay, you're age 30 and you just finished your school education. Maybe we do have people with a low age, a higher age. But yeah, at least you can work for another 10 years before the pollution's gonna get you. Maintenance looks good. Hazardous incinerator being worked on, no problem. We do not have that much hazardous waste. Do I rework the water pipes? We're still at 12,200 citizens. Population growth went really well. I don't know. It would be an experiment that could cost a lot of lives. Let's let the population recover for now. We can do that once we have more people. I mean, right now would be a good time to do it because we have a reasonably low amount of population in our city. If we have a higher population count, then the water consumption will be higher. But it's also not necessary to be done. We have accepted the fate and are planning the city around what we have available. Hello, apparently potatoes. Welcome. Ring. It does ring. Rings a bell, right? Yes. $120 uneducated workers going down. We'll have to see if it picks up if it goes up again, but I don't think it will this year. I might lower the loyalty requirement. I just want more people getting an education right now. Just bring the loyalty requirement down to 30 or 35 and just get people educated again. Increase the amount of teachers and therefore students in the classroom. Yeah, just run it with this setting. Get the people over the age of 21 educated so they can look into the workforce. We might have to build another school here. We'll be really close to the existing one. So we didn't drop our population below 12,000 yet, which is really good, and the population growth seems to be slowly kicking in again. That's really good. Definitely better than previously. Maybe I should unlock the increased birth rate. But that wouldn't really help much, because as soon as pollution kicks in, there would just be more orphans, and we don't have the capacity for that. If the orphanages are not half empty, there's no point in increasing birth rate. I mean, some children would grow up normally. I'm not saying everyone has to go through the orphanage. It's just that the effect would be reduced a bit. This hospital is going to be in range of 2 heating plants. That's going to be a new experience. Within 200 meters. We're going to crank up the pollution, see if we can make people survive in more extreme conditions. Yeah, that school is basically running slightly over 70 capacity with double the teachers. The higher loyalty was so much nicer. But we can just switch back as soon as we know that this house has a lot of very loyal, highly educated workers in it. It seems like that's the case already. Sure, let's do it. I think in the grand scheme of things, this will be better. Because it'll free up other people to work other jobs. And we get more efficiency out of the school. Still need a equivalent amount of staff, but they should be able to manage that, I think. We'll have to wait until the workers with the higher loyalty become available, because they might have looked for jobs in other areas. And they have to go home first, and then search for a job and see that the school is a bit understaffed. Although they are forced to work at the school if there's room, so not really a choice. Less than 100 uneducated workers. Sentences of 3 to 4 years, just to maintain high loyalty from former convicts. No excessive punishments, no prison labor. You go in, get re-educated, reintegrated into society by maxing out your loyalty, and then you come out and you can work as a teacher, professor, or anything else really you want to. Well, if you have the right education, that is. Still decreasing a bit. End of April it should stop. Loyalty is trending upwards. If we could get up to 60 loyalty again and maintain it stable this time without the whole settlement imploding loyalty-wise, that would be cool. It was very difficult to manage. We did reach 60, which is higher than the average loyalty of migrants. Back then we didn't have that many people. We had like 5,000 and it was a different settlement. So if we can get back to 60 with 12,000 citizens or more, I would appreciate that. Come on, more loyalty, more teachers. this road is installing sidewalks with streetlights. I guess we can start with the sewage here. And this will have to wait until the road is done. But the sewage pipes can already be built. And we'll also need water. Hello, Patagia. Welcome. Hello, Proxy Destroyer. Welcome. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I'm just Brightford. We're playing a game called Workers and Resources. If you know City Skylines, you might know what a city building game is. This is that, but on very high level of detail. And yeah. How was your lockpicking game? I hope you had good success with it. My proxy experienced math repeatedly. Yeah, I saw it. I saw lockpicking. Hope you did endure. Was great, just my sleepy brain started to struggle more and more as we got into harder levels. Yeah. It looked very, what you call it? It looked like it got intense, especially as the numbers went up of the keys you could get. Talking about a free game called I Want a Lockpick. That was strange, very strange. But yeah, glad you enjoyed it. This game also picks my brain. It's a city building game. We're at 12,000 citizens and things are always getting more complicated. Because in this game, unlike City Skylines, nothing really moves without you setting it up to do work. Simulating a planned economy, and you feel that because everything needs to be set up. We're currently putting in the infrastructure for a water and sewage tank so we can extend the housing in this area. Plus we're planning on having more heating later on. There were some moments where they get 9,000% baited. Played a bit of City Skylines, but I struggled to get into the extreme late game. Yeah. City Skylines is all about traffic management. Otherwise you have some more free-form nature of how you want to do it. This game is more of a mixture of City Skylines means Factorio, where you're setting up production chains. So if you want to know, for example, what the production chain is of how our citizens get food, let me educate you. First up, at the border, because I'm not growing my own food, the trains will go, and some of them do pick up crops, for example. So imagine this being a crop train, except it says it's carrying wood. It would then go and travel along the train track to our industrial area. Take a left. This is where our crop trains are parked. These long trains bring in crops. The crops get dropped off into the warehouse, which has a distillery and a food factory attached to it that turns the crops into food. It also needs drinking water, which is provided by water supply network, water purification plant and so on, but that let's leave that where it is right now. After the crops has been produced, they get stacked into the food warehouse here. And we have a regular train running from the warehouses in this area, shunting the food into our city. So this train brings it into our... I built a little bit of a supply hub. So not everything gets supplied directly off of that warehouse next to the food factory, but we have a small warehouse area over here. It comes in, drops off the food at the goods station. 300 tons of food. Very low capacity for vehicles, only 2 vehicle slots here. We got dozens of horse carriages and trucks that want to supply the food to the area. So in that case the trucks become active and they will bring the food over to these 3 warehouses. And this is the city's main storage of food. We got 3 warehouses. The outer ones are just backup, so they don't get used. The factory connections indicate that food can travel from this warehouse to the other warehouses.
But in this warehouse the food also gets loaded, and they won't be able to pull the food back from these other warehouses into the supply warehouse. Only when this one has a problem and we need to activate them can I flip the factory connection around, and then we have some redundancy in supply to fix an issue. And then yeah, from here horse carriages and or trucks go and pick up the food, however little they can or want to carry, and then they bring it to a building that needs food, in this case an orphanage. One of the main shopping centers in our city, or like a larger shopping center, is in this location, which has a bit of a different food supply setup, because it gets a couple hundred shoppers every day. The food supply comes in by train directly. So there's a small shunting setup where we have 2 trains shunting food into the shopping center here, into the market hall. Plus an external storage for meat, which a truck comes and picks up and moves into the market hall as well. So yeah, and that's how food gets to our city. Citizens need a lot of things. Food, alcohol, meat, clothing, electronics. They need culture, they need sport. They need healthcare. It's if you've played Cities Skylines, and you may have played Captain of Industry, this sits between Captain of Industry and City Skylines. It's more about the people than the industries than City Skylines is, than Captain of Industry is. In Captain of Industries you also have people, but they're more like a resource sink. They don't really have any real character to them, I would say. They just are a ever-growing supply and demand for production capacity. In this game your population is your lifeblood, because nothing really, with a few exceptions, runs without your population. But your population also doesn't provide you taxes. All money you earn is either by tourism or more likely by import-export. It's a lot of resource management, yes. Which might explain that the city is relatively small for all the industry we have. We got a construction sector. We play it on realistic mode, where construction we do have to be supplied with resources. Everything in the city that gets built is set up, and then vehicles deliver resources to it, and workers to build up the infrastructure. That's why a city of this size can take a while. You don't have to play it that way, but I think that's what really sets the game apart. The ability to play in realistic mode, where you have to manage the transportation of resources and workers to every piece of infrastructure that needs to get built, be it railway, roads, houses. Firefighting needs to happen. Buildings also take wear and tear, so they will have maintenance done on them every now and then. Every 15 years or so. A little bit sooner for us, which will consume more materials. You don't have to produce those materials yourself, you can import them from the border, which you will need to do in the beginning anyway, because there's nothing in the Republic if you start with an empty map. You can start with pre-populated maps, but then they're filled with villages and other early 19th century settlements that don't really have any things other than population, basically. Really like that concept. I just added the game to my wishlist so I can have a look when I get through my handful of backlog of games. Yep. It also goes on sale pretty often. I don't know if it's still on sale. It is still on sale. It's currently €10, 75% off, for another 29 hours. Without the early start, so just the base game, which will give you plenty of hours of content. So yeah. That's what I've been spending a lot of time in. They also need heating, so this is a heating plant. We're bringing in coal by train, gets carried over to a storage, which then goes into the heating plant. Heating is piped directly to adjacent houses, or via heating pipe into more areas further away. And then those houses pull heating from the heat exchanger to themselves, trying to maintain a room temperature of 24 degrees Celsius. They need drinking water, they need a way to deal with sewage, they need electricity. and every person does something. So we click someone here. They are currently, well, they just went to free time. They will go and grab some food. I'm not sure if they're going to visit an attraction building after. So far it says they only want to get food. Have relatively low loyalty. Got a higher university degree. Going to a shopping center, getting the aforementioned food. Currently they're in queue, because I don't have enough workers in there. Now they're getting the food. And once they have gotten their food, they might look for something else or just go back home. That's all they wanted this day, only food. Sometimes they want to visit culture buildings or sports facilities. There's plenty of sports facilities around. That one seems to be hovering a bit. No, it's just elevated. It's just the shadow that makes it look like that. It's not hovering. But yeah, the Steam backlog, I know that exists. Okay, looks like we have a lot of crime happening. So far it looks like we can still keep up with it. I'm not sure what happened that we are having a little bit of a crime resurgence though. And yeah, to keep those warehouses filled, we got some dedicated distribution offices with trucks that have reasonably high capacity that shove the food from the incoming warehouse to their designated storages. Food having those massive warehouses, and then the other resources having some smaller dedicated warehouses, just to have some redundancy in setup. Because as soon as we have like a resource shortage, the first thing that's going to happen is this thing will start screaming, hey, I'm out of food, for example. And then I'm getting that message because I have it flagged that if it runs out of food, please let me know. Then later on this one's going to start screaming. And then last but not least, the shopping center itself might start screaming at me. And when that one starts screaming and is out of food, it's basically the warning of, we have a starvation right now. So I have a multi-stage delivery process, because I could pick up resources from the production warehouse directly and set it into the shopping center. But then I'm basically left with, I get a warning message when this warehouse runs empty, and then I get a warning message when the shopping center runs empty. And the shopping center does not have a lot of capacity. We already increased the amount up to 90% to cram as much food in there as possible, compared to the clothing, which is barely used. Doing pretty well for my backlog of games. Used to be a lot more, but I suffered through a lot of junk to get a minimum 1 hour into each one. That certainly keeps stacking when friends recommend different games. It's a buffer for food. It's a buffer for everything. Like if we run out of mechanical components, for example, it would be used in construction materials. Mechanical components were not getting delivered, but I have a production facility for mechanical components that produces an overflow of them. They get picked up, transported to a central warehouse, and then from that warehouse it gets delivered to individual repair stations. So it's used in construction, but it's also used for vehicle maintenance and sometimes building maintenance. So I like this multi-stage setup for redundancies to give me early warning systems, yes. Let's go in the shopping center. Don't think we can get in there, I'm sorry. It's too low. Maybe if I attach myself to a vehicle and then use the camera to zoom in. But yeah, this is not a game necessarily where you build a large city. This is a game where you... It's a game where you don't chase mastery, you enjoy the process of learning. I've got a couple thousand hours in this, and I'm still learning new stuff, which is really cool. Always trying out new things and seeing if they work and adding them to the repertoire. Logistics. Yeah, it's a logistics game. Sorry, Scarlet. That's my favorite logistics game, I think. You have your resource logistics, and then you have passenger logistics, of course, which are a little bit more time sensitive. If they are traveling around for more than 4 hours, they will just jump out of the vehicle and walk home, basically. And the game also has really long trains that you can make, up to 450 meters long. And with the early start DLC, it has steam engines as well. And they do chew. So in this game, at some point you can be completely independent from imports. You can make everything yourself locally. All buildings, all infrastructure, all vehicles can be produced locally. Do we have police? Yes. We got some smaller police stations in places. But we also got a large police station that covers everything and gets to run dedicated police vehicles that are not horse carriages, because we do run horse carriages in the smaller police stations. Which is probably a mistake, but that's okay. This is the auxiliary police station that helps with keeping crime under control. We don't really have a crime issue, I think. We just have an increased amount of criminals rearing their heads. Maybe we do have a crime issue. 2% is... It is present. But criminality should be reduced by visiting the prisons, so... It should be alright. Road almost done. Yeah, that'll provide us water and sewage to a good extent. Let's build that. Some of the existing houses will also be in its range, which isn't ideal, but the water pipe will be built soon after. Also, I need to plan for the water tower. Must not forget the water tower. Okay, build that. I'll be lurking, but I got to go and sleep now. Take care, have fun. Thank you. Have a good night. I'll set up a water tower. The water tower will probably be elsewhere. Also not sure about the water connection yet. We need to set up another sewage switch. At least plan the sewage pipe to go this way. Doesn't have to be hooked up yet. So this is probably not a final connection, but I need to have the sewage pipe here hooked up. So we can run the water pipe alongside it. Okay, that'll do. Because we need to hook up into this water switch, and then from here we need to go into the water tower. Secret police can help with loyalty, or help find the less loyal. We're using the secret police to boost our loyalty, yes. By letting people with high loyalty work in the school and universities to boost the loyalty of other people. Okay, then I'll set up the water tower. Looks like the road is done. Means we can finish up the water and sewage connections here. We'll put the water pipe leading into the substation on lowest priority, so they finish hopefully everything else first before trying to commit to that construction task. But yeah, we have a lot of knowledge of loyalty in our republic, and we're using that to put people with high loyalty in certain places. So they can work as teachers or professors to then boost the loyalty of everyone who visits that school, and then they also get very loyal. Kinda need that for how the Republic is set up. No more uneducated workers, very good. I think we can remove this checkbox again. Increasing the throughput. It increases the throughput at the cost of precision, I guess is maybe a word to put it. If you do have students waiting on the schoolyard, it just picks randomly who gets to go to a classroom. With the checkbox enabled, you'll reduce capacity by like 33%, but the people with the highest progress in education will go to the classrooms first, meaning that you have a higher chance to make sure that people who can join the workforce as quickly as possible will do so. Crime seems to be lower again. Must have been a wave surge of crime for some reason. I'm not sure why it happened. But yeah, we're basically at the population level from last year already. So, massive increase. 11,700 to 12,100 from one year to another. We are finally back to proper population growth. Let's hope that keeps trending upwards, and we can fill up all the housing, and then continue with the expansion, which we're preparing right now. I'll probably set up another electric substation. We might have to set up a high voltage switch with a transformer, but for the time being, we have 2 connections left here that we could utilize, I guess. Alternatively, we set up just a new power line. The volume of electricity demand is not too high yet. And once the water and sewage are present, and the fire station doesn't need trucks to deliver water and sewage away and to it anymore, then we can maybe think about working on some more housing, plus the heating plant that will run with the workers from the housing. Although right now they would get heating from the existing heating plant, but it does need... We do need the workers to run a second heating plant because that one was already close to its limit during winter. Why are you not getting replaced? So confused. Very strange. Those vehicles, those horse carriages should be getting auto-replaced if they go over 80% wear and tear. At least I think they should. I mean, it's been working fine for the other vehicles too. The other horse carriages. Want to take a quick break? I'm gonna stretch my legs. I'll leave you with a train ride, I guess. Which one? Actually, could do a tram ride. Tram ride always works. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright. Legs have been stretched. We're back. Ah, the expo hall. I see. Good choice. Interesting, the rails don't align on this bit you just shown. the tram tracks. Yeah, sometimes the visual stuff doesn't perfectly align, I guess. Sometimes there's a little bit of a gap. Especially when we're doing way too tight of a corner what the vehicles wouldn't even be able to handle in real life, but it does give the player some leniency. Makes it look funky visually though. Because you can do very, very bad shenanigans in this game. For example, with the train tracks, there's a minimum curve that you can have, so you can't go tighter than this. Right? This is like the tightest corner you can have. Or is it? Or is it? Or is it? And then see how the game reacts when you run a train through that. It's not gonna be great. But it's kind of funny. Here's our vehicle export list. Some Western cars exported to the east. 14.5 million rubles. Yeah, we're almost over our population goal of 12,800. That's how population growth should look like. But right now we still have 3 flats. That will... I mean, we had that previously. And then something changed. I don't know, I'm still claiming heating issues, but maybe I messed around with the housing setups too much and I was trying to recover from the loyalty crash. Maybe things changed. But with the growth in loyalty, we also should see an increase in efficiency. Fewer people being able to do the same amount of work would be great. Like, now we don't need an extra school, everything is fine here. Everything is working as designed. 60% loyalty, a lot of teachers, school children with really high loyalty, over 50%. Everything's looking great. And then if we have too much students somewhere, they can take a tram and go to the school up in the northeast. And that would be sufficient. But when something goes wrong, everything runs a little bit haywire. We got 2 universities running, one for the general public, where we set the checkbox to make sure we have a general amount of throughput of highly educated workers, and then one for the quote-unquote elite. The people with the highest loyalty have their own university, where we try and make students with high loyalty get their own education, away from the other university. But I will have to increase the loyalty requirement because it looks like we are getting a lot of people here. That or set the checkbox to guarantee that we always get some people through. I wanted to run the highest loyalty university without the checkbox though, so we can get as many students through as possible. Because with the checkbox, instead of 70, we only get 42. Guaranteed 42, but yeah, I'd rather have the higher capacity. As long as we can maintain it with messing with the percentages around a little bit. Should be okay. We'll set up more housing here. I'm gonna ignore most of the pollution. I think we can handle things with orphanages. I'm pretty sure. Still gonna do a little bit of like being careful with noise, even though that's not a game thing, but I don't want a house to face the train tracks with their balcony. That would just feel rude and mean. So in this case, I think we'll give them housing that is not facing the train track. Instead, the balconies are going to face inwards, and there might be garbage storage and maybe a small sports facility. I guess we could give them that. Now that would be a terrible house to live in, I think. It's already getting fairly close to the heating plant. It's gonna be in a pollution central from 2 heating plants, but I think it'll manage. Perfect location. Hello, Mega Monkey. Perfect location. I do want to cram more housing in. Like, what if we just plaster more housing on this side too? Instead of the green belt, we can have more housing right through the heating plant. Not the green belt. Oh, the green belt is sacred, huh? It's such a massive green belt too. It's protecting the workers from the heating plant so they don't have to look at all the ugly housing. Okay, build that road too, I guess. Beyond range of an existing waste storage once it's built. You are too. Apparently they can all reach the waste storage from the clinic. Hello, Decipher. Welcome. Then I guess we don't need a waste storage here. I could put one up in this area. Especially if we do want to have that house. It would be so bad. We could let the lowest of the low loyalty people move in. 25% and lower. But man, that would be... I mean, it's not much better than these houses, but... it's in the middle of the main train junction leading in and out of the city. Yeah, just into the city, I guess. This one would be worse. How's the city going? It's doing better. Had a population issue for the last couple of years, but I fixed it by saving more children. Imagine living in between train tracks. I mean, technically we're all living in between train tracks, it's just the amount of scale that we're wondering. Oh, I bet there's a couple train tracks surrounding you within like 5 kilometers. Granted, it's a different scope, different scale. Playing volleyball, and every time the train goes by, the ball goes flying. It's perfect. Yep, population growth is on track again. Excellent. Probably gonna breathe 13,000 before winter kicks in again. Or the pollution increase during autumn, I guess. running gear of the trains is so pretty. These are houses for true train fans, I guess. Where's the expanding? We're expanding here. Right now I've been reworking the inner city workings a bit. We've added some more orphanages and housing next to the train platform that will be used at some point, hopefully. I've changed this area up, made it a little bit more dense, got a sports hall in as well as a cinema. And we're upgrading the roads. Still planning on upgrading this one, but that is going to be risky. I want to upgrade the road that leads into the hospital, if we can. But I don't think there's enough room, because apparently my trick with the roads here does not work if there is a footpath crossing close. Can't get past that. So I would have to tear up the footpaths, which I guess I want to do anyway. Since we're putting sidewalks on the roads. How are we on the brick storage? Just fine. After the machine replacement in the brick factory was done, we're back to full. I got 5 research points from population, so the last one was at 12,500. We would have to get to 15,000 for the next research point, based on our low-tech rules that I made a Steam guide for. Still a bit away, but I think with the next couple housing extensions, plus filling existing houses up with workers, we should be able to get there. There's still a bunch of free flats available, not counting the student halls. But I guess technically you could count them too. Because once all houses are filled up, the students' halls would also start filling up. How's the amount of highly educated workers versus regular educated workers looking? Basic education going up, higher education going up too. Okay. Population increase is affecting both education levels the same amount. Seems okay. Yes, it had a lot of free flats. These houses usually get swiped by pollution quite a bit. And they only accept highly educated workers with low loyalty, which we're not generating a lot of, I guess. So this is like an overflow for highly educated workers to move in somewhere if their loyalty drops below 50% and they're looking for a residential building. Basic education, low loyalty. I guess we're gonna get a lot fewer workers with low loyalty because the other school is now also outputting high loyalty. Low loyalty will come from orphans basically moving into the settlement. But if all the other flats run full and we still have housing demand, then we can open up those houses for higher loyalties as well. I just want to make sure every other house is close to being filled before I turn on the checkbox for 50 to 75% loyalty. I'm going to reserve 75 and higher loyalty for only buildings that work in schools or universities, because we're not going to have an infinite amount of those workers. And yes, there might be a backlog that will drop in loyalty, but that's okay, they just move in somewhere else after their loyalty drops below 75. I just want to have redundancy in our supply of highly educated workers and basic educated workers with high loyalty. Basic educated workers with high loyalty are supposed to work in prisons, so they are also limited to those houses only. Basic education, higher education, anyone can work here. As long as they have a high loyalty, they get to live here and work in the prisons. So that last loyalty checkbox I'm going to reserve for that purpose. It's not going to be used anywhere else where I'm saying, oh, I have a ton of them, just move them somewhere. No, they have a purpose and they're only allowed to live there. Orphanages can definitely have up to 75% loyalty, but not higher. It increases their productivity, meaning they can take care of more children, meaning our birth rate in the Republic gets maintained. So the birth rate is what it is, but if parents die, their children can be taken care of by orphanages, which maintains the population pyramid. We might open up the up to 75% loyalty for highly educated workers on the buildings that supply workers or are close to the areas where people can work in secret police buildings, just to make sure we can maintain the information about what the secret police collects for as long as possible, so we don't need a lot of buildings there. The people demand personal horses. Then they follow me in this room, please, here. Thank you. Hello, Erebus. Welcome. No personal horses. We're not doing that. having two bridges at the same time crossing this junction. Very cool. I guess it's no time to start to build the agricultural sector? No. I don't need agricultural sector. We're not struggling with importing crops at all. I don't need more money. The growth of the city is the point. We would do agricultural sector if the finances demand it. I don't want to set up... I mean, I would have to bring people over there just to run the fire station for the farms. Or I build a farm in the city and let the trucks go out to the fields, which would be super slow, since we would be using horse plows and that. Wait, did they add the harvesting machine? Oh yeah, horse-drawn combine. That one was added. Nice. And there's no thing pre-1920 that is not a horse-drawn machine, so that's what we would have to use. It would look nice with big fields. It would. But I don't want to. I want to get to 100,000 people. And that's already taking up a lot of work. Having to focus on fields. Covering the whole area with fields? I don't know about that. It's so much effort dealing with the fields. Unless you're placing them with like grid snapping and you don't care, you just do the whole like turn on grid and line it up with the grid and plop the fields. But we don't do that here. The whole city is off the grid. Just a second, another phone call. Alright, never mind. Just misdial. All good. Was the city in Tron named the Grid? I have no idea. Couldn't tell you. All power to the city, exactly. Probably just leave it greenbelt. Even though we don't have a greenbelt there yet. I mean, that would be pushing it very close to the heating plant. We'll see how badly these houses will do. I thought I would leave like 200 meters in between them, but this is going to be a test bed. How are they struggling for culture? Before they do horribly. We have buildings that are already as close to the heating plants. So they are 190 meters. This one is 187. And these ones are 136 and 124. With enough orphanages, everything is possible. We just gotta dream. Just gotta make it work. I don't think they're gonna be horrible. They will definitely not accept highest loyalty citizens, of course. But they shouldn't do terrible. They will accept basic education, lower loyalty, so they might fill up relatively late. Or we might have to set up a higher loyalty checkbox or just allow higher education in them as well. But for now they're going to be there to also run the heating plant and work in the hospital. And maybe run the other heating plant as well. .44% higher education, that is going up pretty well. Universities are doing a good job. We might have to increase the loyalty requirement for the medical university, if at some point there's way too many students waiting in here. But this one is just going to continue doing its job. It'll prevent orphans from going to study here if they are already below 5% loyalty. So orphans who joined the orphanage way before the age of 16, which will have their loyalty reduced down to 0. And other students might still be able to finish the university, I guess, if they find a room to actually enter the university. If not, they'll go into the waiting list, and then they probably won't get a loyalty increase and have to be happy with working a job of basic education. But if they have a high enough loyalty of at least 55%, they are allowed to move into the student hall. But that is not open for orphans. How many highly educated? 44%. 3,600. I'm trying to get as many as possible. I might build another university in the city just to keep this growing. No electronics. No electronics. If we select a building with our highest loyalty citizens, this one, 17 people want to get electronics from 150, or couldn't get electronics, I guess. They will drop their loyalty every time that happens, but still got it 71. They said it couldn't be done. Yes. I was one of them, I thought it was necessary. But here we are, 1996. No electronics, early start. Republic. It can be done. Pollution just gotta kill them quickly, before they have a chance to become disloyal, I guess. Back over 13,000 citizens. Excellent. We're almost back to our previous levels. 13,500, probably next year. Maybe 2 years. Maybe we should put a tiny university here. It would be really overloaded. It would be set to allow anyone in with 5% loyalty and up. And it just produces a generic amount of highly educated workers. Small party HQ, for example. If I move the gas station, I could put the party HQ here. Could also move the horse feeder. No, I think we can have it as a building extension in the residential area. That shouldn't be the worst. Somewhere in here, hooked up to the diagonal footpath, would look okay, I think. That would get built with the additional house. And that should help fill up houses that require workers for the secret police, for example. Some lower grade, highly educated workers with no loyalty not a high loyalty requirement for the professors. Having a good run today, bro? Hello, Imgram. Yes, Imgram, doing good. Our population is finally growing again. Fixing the orphanages has helped a lot. So now we're gonna throw more pollution at more houses and see how it goes. We might put another orphanage here. The orphanages are really, really helpful. Can I make my cities look as tight and all like this? Yeah, it takes a while. I've made factorial like cities for a long time until I decided, okay, now let's go back to inefficiency, but try and make it look realistic and pretty. I was just end up looking like a bad game of Tetris. Oh, yeah, that's factorial cities, yeah. But I guess that also creates realistic planned economy cities. Everything you build, anything you build, could be a real city in the planned economy. They've built so many different types of them. I guess I don't really have a room for a footpath here. terms of the road, and I don't want the road going through that way. Uh-oh. Like bulldozing. When the autosave happens and you let go of the bulldozing order, and in exactly the moment that the order happens, is so stressful. In the past, sometimes the cursor would go somewhere and select a bunch of stuff, but I think that was corrected, which is really nice. Okay, I think we'll just drop some housing here, with the footpath, the diagonal one, not playing any role in how we design this. Or just put a waste storage here. I think this is going to be too narrow for waste storage to hook up properly. Can we fit housing? I guess I could just weave the footpath a little bit. That's what we will do. And then we can start building the housing off of that with an inner area for some sports facilities or something else. Did I put proper roads or gravel? No, proper footpaths, okay. Something like oh yeah, I wanted to do a vote. I think now might be a good time. which would be the best. It's gonna be a stack, but because people watching right now probably think this is the best time to watch. Just for my own interest, what would be the best time to stream Workers and Resources when we get to it? So there's two options, right now or later. So we have like two streaming slots for Workers and Resources. We can do the noon stream, which is the right now option, or we can do the afternoon evening stream, which is the later one. And I just wanted to know if there's like an overwhelming response and what people think would be... No, we're not voting on that stuff. And what people would think would be the best Workers and Resources stream slot. When I'm working, it's always the later one, the afternoon evening one. So, just out of interest, because we could switch this to the afternoon evening slot if the majority votes for it. But like I said, most people watching right now are probably fine with the time slot at the moment. I might do an evening stream at some point and then run the vote again. But yeah, if you would want to vote, you can write right now, noon or later evening, and then give me like an indication on what a good slot would be to run Workers and Resources streams, and we'll see. Gotta ask again in the evening stream. Yeah, we're gonna do an evening stream. No option 3, unfortunately, I'm sorry. No. There is no midnight, after midnight / morning stream option. Also no 24-hour stream option, I'm sorry. And if this doesn't yield any conclusive results, then... Well, if both are fine, then... yeah. I guess I could make that an option too. Yeah, sure, let's make it both are fine option. Let's see. I gotta type it again. Okay, save that. There you go. Now you have a both are fine option. Triple 12 hours does not actually add to 32 hours. Neo Contra. I will not add a fourth option, no matter what you say. It's not about the length of the streams, but the time when the stream should happen. Nope. I'm not gonna get it. And yeah, I'll probably run this again in an evening stream at some point when I have the time and see what the results are then. And then I'll forget about it and probably change my sleep schedule and stream in the morning again. Although my sleep schedule has been rock solid recently. No more all-nighters. Even with Workers and Resources and others games. Midnight stream? Yeah. I had those. It has been dramatic to say the least. Trying to avoid these for the time being. And then with your sleep schedule, yeah. Maybe, I mean, it's not summer yet. Maybe once it gets really hot, it's gonna get ruined again because I don't want to be awake when it's really hot. Maybe I'll just start sleeping in the mornings and then sleep through when it's hot. And wake up when it's cooling down again. That was so nice. That was the way to go. I'm old now, I have to take sleeping pills after a 24-hour shift. 24-hour shifts? What the hell? Are those legal? Those sound like EMT or catering. Or I guess you're working on an oil rig. Okay, that's EMT. I'm counting EMT as like medical. XP medical technician. Yeah, 24-hour shifts sound not normal to me. Why would they need 24-hour shifts other than for the people who need to run a really, really long surgery? Safe and personal, yeah. Don't need to have 3 guys running 8 hours each, or just 1 for 24 hours. Yeah, but you can't keep doing that indefinitely. That wouldn't work. Well, unless you're in America, I guess. Hello, Carpath Ice. Welcome. Get around 1 per week. 1 24-hour shift. Sheesh. That sounds mental. My automatic has been up for that long, I think I'll ask for someone else. I was thinking that, but I guess you never know in the moment. You're just gonna be happy to see anyone, I guess. Someone's gonna have to see the back of the statue. And then I'm not sure if we can run a footpath through here. I was just like, maybe it's possible. Maybe we can do that. If there's supposed to be a sports facility out here in the back. Right next to the very loud road. There's not that much road traffic, but the trains are also running here, the ones that go into the city. Previously our rail connection was going straight through onto the rail line, but we had to extend it out and give it a proper junction. It was getting a bit messy. There's too much traffic in that one junction area. But now it's been running smooth since that change. The rail traffic has been flowing really well. You're gonna finish that pipe before the other pipes are done, aren't you? What about instead of a green area, we just put an orphanage here? Who needs a park area when you can save more children? And fix the population rate of the Republic. Now we can have a footpath through here. The footpath connections into the building are not important. I'll probably run a gravel road around here, so fewer people go to try and get to the sports facilities out in the outer area. Fun fact, your boss can schedule you to work 10 days without a free day, and resting time of 10 hours between working shifts is enough by German working regulations in hospitals. Resting time of 10 hours between working shifts is enough. Okay, so you work... Okay, what is the working shift then? Is it 8 hours, 10 hours, or are we talking 24 hours? 24 hours, 10 hour rest, 24 hours, 10 hour rest? That seems a bit much. Surely there's a limitation there. Eight hours, okay. So you can work 2 shifts per day, minus 2 hours. Okay, it can be expanded as needed. So once the financial pressure is on, then it can be expanded. Got it. Also need to put a grocer down. We have one in the area, but more grocers is better. Second fun fact, on-call shift does not count towards that regulation. Ah, okay. So you can put your on-call shift into your resting time, I guess. So you have like 8-hour shift, 10-hour on-call shift, 8-hour shift. Seems perfect, like we can save so much money in the healthcare system. Thank you for your service. On saving me money. If you're super unlucky, you work a 12-hour shift on the weekend, get a 12-hour on-call shift where you have to be there all time and have to work. Next day your 8-hour shift again. I thought on-call was you being on-call when someone needs you, not you actually being present. That I guess has a different meaning then. Also, the poll is over. Like, sorry, I'm gonna hype the poll again. That no one cares. It's fine. I forgot about the poll thing. If you're needed for the 12-hour on call, then yes. Okay. So an on-call shift turning into a doesn't turn into a regular shift for the regulations if you're actually needed on call. That sucks. That sounds illegal. Because if you're working 12 hours. Surely you need some recuperation. I don't know why the regulations are like that. I don't think I want to think about that right now. You have my condolences, though. Seniors told me that they had 32-hour shift 20 years ago. Ah, excellent. So it was worse in the past, huh? Well, maybe they had one of those. Or maybe they had it regularly, I don't know. Hello Tiku. Welcome. I think I'm gonna take like a really long walk today. I wanna go out and take a bottle of water and see how far I can go. How long I can go, I guess. I still gotta stick within the vicinity so I can on short notice just turn in and be like home, because I don't want to go like 10 kilometers away from my home and then realize that I'm exhausted. Telling you this, shake their arm that's missing a hand. They're telling you this, shake their arm that's missing a hand. Yeah, maybe they're from World War II times. I guess things were different back then. I don't know. Maybe they can just they can just cut the retirement age and just make people work until they are 80 in the healthcare profession. That wouldn't really quite last up to World War II times, I guess, but almost. Unless they were there when they were babies. Still would be slightly over 80 years. I don't know what we're talking about. Wow, it's February and we're still at 12,600 people. That population number has been rock solid. I'm excited. We might have the ability to combat pollution deaths with just more orphanages successfully. We just need more orphanages. 7 orphanages for 12,000 people is not that many. If you can just plop the industry in the middle of the city with that. Save a lot on passenger transportation, I guess. That's an interesting footpath. Neat. Even managed to squeeze a footpath in there. Third fun fact, I'm only getting paid 90% for all-night weekend shifts, since it is said one wouldn't work the whole time. I had no breaks, so 10% of the pay gets deducted, even if you re the whole shift with no break. That sounds massively illegal. Because if I work night or weekend shifts, then I'm getting paid extra. So yeah. Healthcare profession sounds like a scam. That's like being on call and not getting paid because you're not actually working, you're just sitting there and waiting for a call. Please don't tell me you're not getting paid for on call. If you're not working. Oh, you get paid. Alright. Well then, all is forgiven, I guess. Oh wow, this would be the perfect place for an outdoor pool, huh? With just a lot of people having direct view of the outdoor pool. So it sounds like a hotel resort, basically. I guess why not, huh? Cannonball! From the balcony, from the third balcony. With a backflip directly into the hospital, across the street. Sure. I would swim there. Right now, it's a bit cold, but yeah, why not? Funny thing is, the German hospital work law is illegal by European law, but the Germans refuse to change it. Well then, if they refuse to change it, someone could collect a lot of money by suing the government, I guess. Is it not heated? No, it's an outdoor pool. It's not heated. It's just an outdoor pool. Doesn't work in winter. It will be an outdoor pool, let's put it that way. You're gonna get water and sewage handling. Wait. Yeah, you have sewage handling, but water is not available right now. heated pool. Next, you're gonna ask if the people get like air conditioning when it gets 30 degrees and higher. No Iceland? No Iceland. There's trees around. This isn't Iceland. I'm so sorry. I forget. Are there any specifically winter sport things in vanilla? Indoor pool, indoor sports hall. There you go. So you got your indoor pool and your sports halls. Indoor pool can act as an attraction. The sports hall cannot, even though it says it can. We have not seen anyone in the sports hall getting an attraction demand fulfilled. They're all here only for sport. So it's mislabeled. Whereas in an indoor pool, there's plenty of people who want to serve as an attraction building demand. That's why we have both. Outdoor winter things like skating. No, there's nothing outdoor. Nothing outdoor in vanilla for winter. Because then you could have an outdoor sports facility that doesn't require heating, and that would be illegal. Maybe it's only attraction for tourists. Tourists just... Well, the attraction demand is specifically to get rid of the alcohol demand or the religion sympathy demand. Attraction demands can get rid of any other things. I don't know if they can get rid of demands for clothing. I think there's some basic needs like food, meat, and clothing. But they can deal with demands for culture, I think, maybe. If they can't find culture, they just go into the indoor pool instead to get an attraction demand fulfilled. The waste storage setup. Yeah, 12,700 people in March. That's really good. And end of April, population growth should kick in again. Then maybe after next winter we're going to stay over 13,000. But yeah, we want another orphanage here, somewhere. And we also need to probably run a tram route. I guess we could run the tram route into this setup. Not all the way to the main road, just run it into the setup for the workers of the rail construction area, steel mill. Running relatively low on steel, I'm gonna be honest. Well, with the birth rate being higher, hopefully more workers can get into the steel mill again. I did tell them to mostly work on the heating plant, then they should go to the tram stop, then other buildings. I'm going to lower vehicle production for a bit. Making sure that the steel mill feeds enough steel into our construction sector. That means we're going to be earning a little bit less money. We'll have to tighten our belts. No more futures. Still, my noise is way too close to the earthquake noise. That is true. How many hours you got on the city county? We started in 1880, so 130 in-game years almost. At about 2 to 3 hours per year. I'll let you do the math. And we did build the city with horse carriages, so getting to the center of the map took a lot of time. We had to have an auxiliary settlement, and that did the whole work. There was a city here that we completely cleaned up, and that built us all the way to the city center. And then before we breached, I think it was 7,000 population mark, the other city had to be dismantled, and everything is now in the MegaCity. Did you roll back the clock once as well? No. 1880. Continuously. We got clean statistics this time. No rolling back. No population in 1880. First population 1883. Might have been the previous attempt. Yeah, we did roll back in the previous attempt because I started, I think, in 1900 and it wasn't enough. So we did start 20 years earlier for this one. But even if we started in like 1700 or some time earlier, I mean, okay, 1700 I would have probably not have had access to trains for a really long time. But I would have allowed myself to buy trains, I think, 1800. Or maybe 1780 or something like that. I'm not sure if I'm getting my dates right now. Proto-Soviet, yeah. It's just Republic at that point. Sewage is being handled. Water pipe can be hooked up now. Water substation can be built. All good. And then the fire station will be supplied by the water substation. Is there a cut-off end date? No, you can play forever. I think. I don't know if you can play past 9,999, I guess. I'm not aware of a cut-off end date, let's put it that way. Ruble inflation is going to always keep going up though. So at some point it might be worth trying to invest in a currency other than ruble. Or you just deal with ever-increasing prices, I guess, which doesn't really make much of a difference. So now you can play pretty much forever. Only difference with starting dates and end dates is vehicle availability and the inflation. But at some point just all vehicles become available, I think. This is light on traffic jams, right? Distinct from city skylines? It is not light on traffic jams, no. You can have massive traffic jams. Especially if you give your people personal cars. or if you are setting up your road infrastructure in a weird way. We had traffic jams with our trams because I was setting up construction sites. Like if you're doing road work on an active network, expect traffic jams, for example. But difficulty-wise, I think this starts with the traffic at about... I mean, you can play on an easy traffic mode, but difficulty-wise on the regular traffic, high traffic difficulty, it starts with like City Skylines on a medium city, I guess. It's a bit more aggressive than City Skylines because the vehicles are more beholden to the lanes, I guess, and they don't just weave and do crazy things. Sometimes they do crazy overtakes, I guess. In our case right now, not so much, because everyone is like driving 20 kilometers an hour or slower. Except I guess the ambulances, and the trams would like to go faster, but they're getting slowed down by the other vehicles. Speaking of crazy overtakes, well, they are just running over that horse carriage. This car can go 75 kilometers an hour, which in this republic, not so possible. No pulling over passing lanes. They do try and overtake, but it can get quite messy. Traffic becomes more chaotic once you get into like faster vehicles, and then junctions become a problem where slower vehicles might have trouble turning into a junction because faster vehicles are just blasting towards the junction without slowing down, and you haven't set up traffic signs to reduce speed. And like I said, in our republic, that's relatively low issue. We do have a speed limit of 60 in the city, which we are getting by the city traffic signs that are set up somewhere here. If I can find them. There they are. So these ones designate the city as a city, and speed limit here is regulated to 60, but we could go lower. It's just that we don't have any traffic signs that go lower than 30 kilometers an hour. And our horse carriages cannot go over 20, really. And our trucks are mostly 20 as well. So immersive here. Okay, we got running water in the area. Now the fire station has its own water supply. And sewage handling. The angle of corner junctions also matters. Like if you have a 90-degree angle, they slow down to take the corner, whereas if you make a sharp corner, they can go through at higher speed. I just have the opinion that I want to make 90-degree angles to prevent traffic jams, even though that's not a game mechanic. I just think 90-degree junctions are more realistic. Of the 20th century aesthetic, basically no plastic, everything is stone and metal. Yeah, we're sticking to early start DLC items. And slightly into the 20th century, just so we can get some more modern trains. But otherwise no mods, and yeah, everything should be relatively old-timey. No excessive glass, yep. I mean, that's kind of what you also get with like brutalist architecture. so that doesn't really change much. Bakelite. I don't think we have a lot of bakelite structures. We do like our structures to be rain resistant. Don't want our buildings to turn into origami, I guess. But yeah, I'm really happy with the traffic situation in the city. Normally you get warnings for traffic jams, and I guess we would get a lot of warnings for our trains, because I like parking trains in the middle of the area just so they wait. So this train would get a lot of traffic warnings, but it's kind of intentional. And because I don't want those warnings, I just turn off all warnings, and whenever we have a traffic problem, we notice that by tons of people dying since something went wrong. Can happen to bakelite, really brittle plastic. The one from the Trabant? Wasn't that bakelite? I thought that one used bakelite. Mixing formica and bakelite. And made stronger with fibers of cotton. Yes. I guess it was probably not the bakelite that got wet, but the substitute materials that they made it stronger with. It's just a joke that people do about bakelite when they're talking about the Trabant. I just associate bakelite with Trabant, I guess. I really wonder if I should just set up housing in this area and feed them into the steel mill and vehicle and rail production. Now that we have a heating plant here and we think like we can deal with any and all pollution, we could just set up housing in the city center up to the steel mill and see what happens. Supported by tons of orphanages, of course, but that's of course a given. It's kind of referring to the machine gauges in the 20th century compared to everything being rounded and somehow plastic looking 21st century. Right, yeah. Sharp angles. And better car horns too. Look at those tires, man. That's the future. Least amount of rolling resistance. Real rubber tires, yeah. On that stone road, it's gonna be such a smooth ride, almost like running on a rail track. It's April and we're still losing population. What's going on? Oh, end of April. Right. We better fix that soon. It should be warm enough to shut off the heating plants soon. Visited by the Vulcans. I mean, we have so many horse carriages. We could replace 3 or 4 horse carriages by 1 truck, and then traffic would be nicer. But I want the theme of the city to be mostly horse carriages, assisted by some trucks, otherwise it would be a nightmare. So I'm trying to balance horse carriages flooding the city streets with auxiliary vehicles that give us a little bit extra throughput where it's needed. Mostly for food transportation to the shopping centers where we can't run trains to. Trains are so handy. Or is train weight a concern? Acceleration. So the heavier the train, the more time it takes to accelerate. If it would be realistic, it would also be a concern going uphill. If you set up way too steep gradients. This republic is relatively flat, we don't really have any mountains. And the game doesn't simulate... The game simulates that, but it doesn't punish you for excessive grades. It will still let any train climb any hill, basically. As long as you can place a train track. I can think. Yep. Of course. We would have to run a tram here. Which I guess will start with 2 or 3 trams just running from the end station, pick up people, bring them over, end station. So it's a really short loop. I'm gonna produce 3 trams. I don't think I have any spare ones. No. No spare trams. I produce 4. Disney's Dumbo steam train repeats that a bunch trying to go up steep grade. Okay, I don't remember that one. I don't think I ever saw Dumbo. I saw the German elephant, I don't remember what that one was called, but not Dumbo. I don't think it was the same movie. Plus I don't remember anything from it. Once we have the first tram set up, we will create the line. We'll have to run a really sharp turn to turn around here. In the future it will be a loop through the city center. Maybe looping in on the rail vehicle production line. And that could then be our end station before it returns back. I mean, we would need clockwise and counterclockwise loops again, just to feed people through more efficiently. That would also create more strain on our tram stop, central tram station, but I think that has enough capacity to handle more trams. We might have to prevent road vehicles from going through here though. Although the trams are the fastest vehicle going through the area, not accounting for Secret Service vehicles, I guess. I'm seeing Otifanten, Benjamin. I know Benjamin, yes. I'm thinking of the Benjamin movie. Or, well, that was also the TV show. Just as nature intended, of course. I don't know that one. Okay, I have seen clips of that, but I've never seen it in its original show or... yeah. I think I've seen some clips from that. Now population growth should be back, I hope. It's trying to. Guess the orphanages might still be full from winter. Not that they're gonna be empty. We are almost out of steel. I did use a bunch of steel for building the water pipe, I guess. So there's that. Plus all of the tram road and street lamps, street lights. Well, it was nice, but I was somewhat traumatized learning about deadly poisonous mushrooms through it. Childhood trauma that we won't forget. I learned that I shouldn't be alone on a spaceship because there might be aliens. Oh, well, an alien. No, I did not. I'm good, thank you. Does it have like an have like an alien on it? Oh wait, you mean from the movie? I thought you meant like just in general. Jesus. Yeah. I don't remember that. I just remember other things that were more traumatizing at that time. I mean, death rate is going to go up because the houses next to the pollution centers are going to fill up with more people, ergo the death rate will continue climbing. But this should also provide more workers for the industries, which currently it does not. Mainly because we're picking up people from the bus stop that is running the steel mill as construction workers. So that's why fewer people are getting to the steel mill area. Someone set the courthouse on fire. I'm looking forward to Thursday. Oxygen not included DLC, Aqua, Planet, Planetoid, Asteroid. That was really nice vibes. And hopefully the bugs have been fixed. I have not reported anything, I just want to enjoy the game without doing bug reporting for that too. So, looking forward to playing that and streaming it. No bug reporting? Yeah, not for that one. I didn't feel like it. I'm doing that for this game, I'm doing that for Casualties Unknown. Do you prefer spaced out starts? I do not like spaced out. I don't like multi-map gameplay usually, where you toggle a screen to go to a different view, and it's like a completely separate system. I didn't mind it in Syntopia, because I guess it was distinct different entities and they were connected. But something like Anno I dislike, because mostly there's a loading screen, so it takes a while to go back to the other view. If I can toggle fast between the things, then I guess it's okay, but I just enjoyed my giant asteroid starts in Oxygen Not Included, rather than getting a tiny one and then you get like some really weird rockets really quickly. I enjoyed the rockets being endgame, I didn't really like the rockets being early game or mid game. Haven't warmed up to that yet, I guess. I've never built a rocket with where you design the inside of the rocket either. Maybe I can force myself to do spaced out, I guess. Would be a struggle bus though. I don't know. I'm probably gonna do normal start. I want a large aquatic asteroid. Felt very Subnautica-esque. Alright, I also wanted to try Subnautica again. The new biome being the main focus of the DLCs, it makes good sense to do a big asteroid. I had a great time learning rocketry on a spaced out start in the dinosaur biome. Yeah. I can see that. Like I said, new rocketry I couldn't warm up to, so I haven't really decided to start spaced out. And when you don't start spaced out, you don't need to do rocketry. So I haven't done rocketry ever since the default game. I was really happy with the rocketry in the default game, being those massive rockets that took effort to run. And now, I don't know, you like put in some compressed carbon dioxide and the rocket just works, I guess. Which makes sense, low gravity asteroids and all that. Demolio forced me to the surface, so it was naturally to do it early. Yeah. I did beat Demolio on stream. That was fun. I think we did. But we beat it differently. We beat it with the catastrophe start, where we get hit early. So we got hit by the asteroid and then survived like 100 cycles. You're also 100% rare. Why aren't you getting replaced? Something broke. Something with the horse carriages broke, and that needs to be reported, I guess. So weird. Subnautica 2, I reckon wait more until next big update. I'm not gonna start that one until it leaves early access, I think. I would play Subnautica 1. That's what I haven't played yet, because of those stupid exploding fishes. Balanced enough for Oni by its standards, yeah. Good plan. I don't know if it's a good plan to throw another full play series in. Especially if we're planning on maybe starting an Oxygen Not Included play series. The Astronauts one, I'm not sure. I'm having fun, but I'm not sure if we're gonna get to the other editions. Wait a while until Sub 2 is full release. Yeah, sure, they can take their time. I'm not in a hurry. Like I said, I didn't play Subnautica 1 through. I played it until I get jump scared and then I stopped playing it, so I got time. My thalassophobia is too much to even start up Subnautica. I have not a problem with thalassophobia yet. My problem was with getting jump scared by kamikaze fish. Because they wanted to have an enemy that's like the creeper in Minecraft, I guess. That runs at you screaming and suicides itself, which seems a bit weird, but you know, that's just me. I guess that's the thalassophobia would kick in later. I don't like murky waters, but Subnautica water wasn't murky. Subnautica water was perfectly clear, so you could see the dark black abyss underneath you once you swim over it. But yeah, murky water. I mean, murky water with jump scares. I guess I also wouldn't want to swim in murky water. But I can translate those things quite easily to video games. Like if I wouldn't like swimming in murky water in real life, I probably wouldn't want to do it in a video game either. Murky water is fun to swim in. I don't think so. Maybe we're talking about different types of murky water. Let's say natural murky water that is not a artificial pond or like an artificial water. You go into a murky pool of water and you're swimming around in it. I mean, I guess if you like surprises, you would probably be so thrilled. Gotta be natural and not human pollution. True. Like the Amazon, or like any river that's like dredging up a ton of dirt downstream. I remember 30 or so years ago swimming through like seaweed, water with seaweed, for example, without knowing it was there, of course. So I had no idea what it was at the time. That was exciting. Why did you do that? Because my parents pulled me to the Ostsee, the Baltic Sea, and it was just what was at the beach at the time, I guess. It also had what are they called? Let me pull up Google Translate. It also had jellyfish that were thrown at me, so I'm traumatized. Explains why you're so pale now. Yep. I have a trauma allergy. I'm allergic to trauma. Never had the jellyfish aversion, but I know some people do. I don't think I have a jellyfish aversion, I just have an aversion to getting hit by live goop, I guess, that I wasn't expecting. Like normally you would, I guess, develop like a aversion to getting hit with like another living being, I guess. That feels slimy and is see-through and you have no idea what it is. So it's more the fear of the unknown at the time, I guess. Nope. Much older. Or not much older, but older. Time for revenge, yeah. Off to the retirement home with you, Dad. Remember those jellyfish? Enjoy your lunch. At least he probably tested that they were not venomous. It was an adult, but still. Well, he picked them up with his hand and lifted them out of the water before throwing them, so I assume he has done that before, or I don't know. Let's just say I probably don't have a jellyfish allergy, I guess. I don't think the jellyfish in the Baltic Sea are venomous or poisonous. Is it venom for jellyfish? Because they don't... Do they inject the venom into you? Oh. I think so, because they have those tiny spikes. Ah, yeah, true. Hello, Dynamic. Welcome. That's true. We're approaching my break time, by the way. I don't want to miss it. I want to go out and take a walk. We're starting to build our extension here. We got water, sewage, electricity, and heating. Electricity will have to be extended to get the last bit of housing set up, but that's okay. What is jellyfish? It's translucent ocean creature without bones. You can see through it. It's basically like a bowl that swims around in the water. You can see through it. Some are poisonous, venomous. Sometimes they have a tail of like tendrils. Hello, George Rockland. Welcome. Everyone's showing up when I'm about to end the stream. Excellent. We got like 10 more minutes. Maybe 20. This floating thing that stings. Yes. That's a jellyfish. It's made of jelly. Or also. No, Mega Monkey, you didn't just get here. Don't even type it. It was warm enough to swim in the sea east of Denmark during the summer? Yes. Hello, Thorgrim. Welcome. Maybe I should do the vote again, if people want an afternoon or a noon stream of workers and resources. I was wondering if I should keep the noon streams if possible, especially during the weekend. Like this week is vacation week, so I can do more noon streams. But I don't know, we'll see. Everyone is here, can't end now. Just watch me. We're still using horses, or we got modern cars. We're using horses and a couple trucks. Era appropriate. Slow enough to cause a traffic jam for the trams, of course. Forever horses. I'm wondering if I should turn the city into a 30 speed zone limit. Just so the trams don't try to drive as fast as they can. Because they can go 35 and that's ridiculous. I don't think I need to do that. Maybe we could replace trucks that can go at least 30. But it sounds too modern. I guess I would need to use the other version of the trucks, the Rosobalts. There's like 2 or 3 different versions. If we check, for example, the open hull ones. Open hull. So we got the faster one can go 25 kilometers an hour. Then the one with good capacity can go 20, and then the really tiny one that can go 43 kilometers an hour, but only carries a ton instead of 5 tons. So I went with the one that goes half as fast, but can carry 5 times as much. Because that made more sense to me. But going 5 kilometers faster would be kinda nice. 25 instead of 20. Would be closer towards the tram speed, I guess. It collects acoustic data of ships from the boat simulator. What guy? Huh? Oh, you mean the truck horns? How do you get so bad inflation? We started in 1880. So we're like 40 years behind. This is like inflation from 2037 basically, normal time. Plus the game is going to ask us if we want to cut all prices down by a factor of 10 or 100 soon. And I'm probably going to say yes. Professional sonar men collect data from the game. I don't think we're going to get a lot of sonar information from here because this is atmosphere. What's the export for all time look like? Bio-waste 2.6 billion. It is profitable. Ridiculous. So those 2.6 billion are being produced here. That's producing 2.6 billion rubles. Is the auto pool built? Should be opening if so. No, it's not built. We're not planning on building the housing until we have a grocer set up. I'm not sure if everyone here would be fine with everything. They basically need to be able to reach the... they need to reach a tram stop. And the tram line needs to be set up. I guess they can reach over here. So we could let the citizens walk over to that station. And not use this tram stop at all. That would be in range for all of them at the moment. Until we have the trams running. Build the pool. It's gonna take more than half a year to get that done. We're building the footpaths around it for now. Those have been queued up. I'm also building the trams. No, I guess we'll use this stop. It's already getting set up for it. I'll have a tram route running. I'll be fine. Streamer tired? Sad? None of the above. Streamer's full of energy. I'm gonna go get some takeout today. Some Indian food again? I'm not sure what yet. I was thinking tikka masala. What is that? Chana masala? Oh, I'm gonna get chana masala. Chickpea curry. Sounds great. Cooked in tomato sauce. Yeah, I'm gonna get chana masala. That sounds great. Get some sushi, get revenge on the ocean. I'm not gonna get jellyfish sushi, thank you. Because raw jellyfish sounds terrible. I do like sushi though. Tikka I made last night was delicious. Excellent. Ciabatta masala. Oh my god. Time to Google and see if someone made that. No. I'm not finding any ciabatta masala. Jealous fish. Yes. Totally jealous. You know what? We can go for like another half hour. Because the place opens up in like 1.5 hours, so it's all good. It's just gonna delay the afternoon evening stream anyway. Can even make me go another full hour. I'll take it away from the later stream. Actually do use jellyfish in salads and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if they're using raw jelly, but it's delicious. I don't eat a lot of food out of the ocean. I eat some fish if it's covered in bread. That's it. Give me my fish sticks. No, I also eat salmon and tuna and stuff like that, but I don't like dabbling in like ocean insects basically. Fish and chips is nice, yeah. But once we get to ocean insects, I hate it. That's so North European of you. Well, I mean, you're surrounded by water. The inside of your island is like a desert. So what are you gonna do, huh? You eat what you gotta find, huh? It's either koalas, seafood, or that's it. Eat some succulent salmon. Salmon is tasty. But do you eat ocean's insects? What are they called? Like, they have like this cutesy name for it. I don't remember. Well, stuff like that, yeah. In Germany it's called Meeresfrüchte, which is like the ocean fruits, basically. Which is such a stupid name. Some more covered hull trucks. Seafood. Yeah, seafood. I always think seafood includes fish, but I guess it's probably the same thing. I don't like that stuff. I had it once, and it probably made me sick, so I don't like it. We had that in Spain. Oh no, Portugal. Sorry. That's where a wave picked me up and put me upside down into the sandbank. I've never seen waves like that. I mean, you go to the Baltic Sea and then you're like, yeah, let's go. You're in Portugal and you run into the ocean and suddenly the ocean throws you back to the beach. Amazing. The bivalves and crustaceans, maybe as big categories, probably, yeah. I don't think lobster counts as a seafood, but maybe it does. Like in my mind, I don't think lobster counts as a Meeresfrucht, as seafood. Plus, I think Meeresfrüchte, yeah, it's just like a cutesy name to make it sound like less horrifying. At least seafood is honest. How many construction offices? We got, I think, 12, maybe 10. So we got our 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's 9 already. Then we got these two, which are set to only do maintenance, but we use them on the assignment category. That's 11. We got one that we're sending around with an excavator. That's a free construction office, basically. This one. And then we have some more maintenance offices in the city that are picking up resources from the rail construction office. So like 15, I guess. 15 construction offices, I think. Or I guess we can go into the building view and check correctly. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. There you go. These are horses, mostly. Everything with an HCO is a horse construction office. And the other ones are free construction offices with some extra passengers and the aforementioned one excavator and one bulldozer. Because otherwise it gets too modern if we have more excavators. And the maintenance offices are locally for the industry areas to also help with the city maintenance. So yeah, most construction is done by horses. Well, not literally by horses, but you know what I mean. They can't hold hammers. By horses for horses. Yes. MegaCity 19. Okay, I can't make that joke. Gear material come and go by horse. Yes, that is the correct one. Gonna get a dedicated truck bringing food here, and we'll take that from the market hall, which gets supplied by train, so it won't be a problem. Could do the meat delivery as well. So you will pick up meat, bring it to... What if you bring it to both these shopping centers? Before you bring it to the market hall. Gonna 2 billion? Probably. And then at some point the game very soon will ask us, do you want to reduce the amount of, like, every price by 100? And I will say yes. And then we're going to be back at 20 million. And everything's going to become cheaper. And the US dollar prices are going to look ridiculously small. Can reach the first stop, which is passengers. I guess that works. We could let passengers wait here too. Any passenger that waits... no, it's just going to take too much time. Nope, stop it. No passengers. We will run the tram route, it's fine. Tram route is speedy enough. Last tram being built. We will need another waste storage, I think. I wanted to plan one behind this building, next to the sports facility. But not urgent for the beginning, since the houses will be set up after the first couple waste storages are online. Garbage container overfilled. That should not be a problem anymore, because you now have this garbage storage. Does anyone have you in range? Well, at least the truck technical office has. Oh, there's a horse waste wagon coming here. $1.2 million per truck. Seems good. Load food, bring it over here. Wait until unloaded. The meat delivery does not wait until unloaded on the grocers, only on the shopping center, the market hall. And it does arrive here with enough meat still. Plus the train will also unload meat initially, but it doesn't continuously unload it, because we can only wait until unloaded for one resource, and we chose food. So we need some assistance with the meat delivery. I think this will work well. Ideally the meat storage would be connected to the cargo platform and the market hall, but the way the connections worked out, it wasn't really possible to set it up that way. We should hit 2 billion on the next export, but I kind of limited the amount of export right now with us actually building some other vehicles. Let's stop that and go back to road vehicles. As the rail vehicle production done, those workers can be sent out of here. And we'll send our train out to pick up the built trams and pull them into the train depot that connects to the tram network. Well, anarchy keeps the city looking human organic. Yes. Not building by grid. But also you need to sort of build by grid, but a self-made grid. Every area is still trying to be geometric, I guess. Not just random building placements. Grid is evil. The grid is there to help you get started with the game, and it does a good job. And you get way too used to it, and at some point you kind of have to force yourself to stop using it. So, new tram route. End station. One stop. Load anyone you can pick up from here. Except workers. And bring them to the unloading platform. And that's it. And with the tram running, we should now be able to set up housing. Build additional trams if we need to, but I think 4 trams running this route should be enough. I will go in. Oh, I need to make sure they don't turn around here. I need to see how they're actually running. If they're doing some silly loop, and we have to prevent that. This area is going to get more and more busy. At some point we might have to get rid of more road vehicles. Okay, let's do one trip. Hello Archer, welcome back. So much traffic here. Yeah, that's not correct. That is not the correct way. The correct way after going this direction... Wait, maybe it is the correct way. Do a left-hand turn here, and then we do a right-hand turn out of the area. So after the unloading, we'll go this way. That should hopefully work. How's the Republic going? It's doing well. Really nicely. We fixed our population growth, I think. We're over 13,000 citizens again, approaching at some point hopefully 15,000. Planning new extensions to the settlement. Money is over 2 billion rubles. Could also use this end station, I guess. Is anyone even loading passengers from here? No. It's the only tram that's running through this. Also, you did a U-turn. So this doesn't work. Wait. I guess passengers can go here, but no one's gonna pick them up. Yeah, rail vehicle production. Sure. Get rid of that checkbox. Is 110-year-old train part of the scrapyard now? One of them is, yeah. The one that was running all the time. But another 106-year-old train is taking its place. That didn't have as much wear and tear yet. So that one's gonna run for a little bit longer. The other one you get replaced. And it did copy all the settings over. Where is it? Here. Okay, let's think this through. We don't need to use this thing. We need to... If we come this way... Go through this stop. Then use this. Then go this way. And then come back out. I mean, left-hand turn here is a worse one than doing a left-hand turn in this area. I think this is too busy. We do the left-hand turn here, then we can do a right-hand turn and a route straight through. Let's redo this. We'll start with the initial stop. Load anyone but educated workers. We want you to go this way. You don't load anyone from here. Unload them. Go to the end station, and then return trip is through the stop again. Then you come down this way and go back this direction. Okay, maybe that'll work now. That's a tram line for Center South. At some point this U-turn here will go away, but for the time being it has to happen. There will be one left turn leading into this area. But we can go through this junction that we're standing on right now through straight instead of trying to do a left-hand turn. So we only have to pay attention to one side of traffic instead of both directions. Although there's already tons and tons of traffic here. And road vehicles trying to overtake the trams, causing chaos. I can already see our tram network getting overloaded. Maybe I have to combine trams again in capacity. Why are you... Oh, you're trying to leave the area. Move. Why not combine some of the trams? We had issues with that before. I forgot what it was though. Combined tram is very excellent, yeah. But there was a problem. And I don't remember which one. How many trams can be efficiently loaded on a station? Up to 3, I guess? Combined? I don't think you can combine many more than that. Repairs, I think that was fixed. No, it wasn't the actual gameplay. Repairs were already solved by that point. I'm not sure what it was. I get a bendy tram that are a single unit. There's no old bendy trams, unfortunately. I don't think. (150), 1974, the oldest one. We're already approaching the KM size. It's like, it's all too modern. This one is the other one, the MP tram. 65 people. And then this one, 1926 KM, 86 people. Going 45 kilometers an hour. We're using the MP. We're using this one. If we're making the trams even faster, it's going to be more chaos, I think, of the line spacing. I think it was a one-way direction that you had set in one of the terminals, maybe. Maybe I can prevent other vehicles from going through this area, so the trams just have the right of way, basically. Or just give the left-hand turn tram direction the right of way. This way. That would probably solve it. Now this road still has priority, but road vehicles coming in from the opposite direction will not block the trams leaving the area, I guess. Which might be good enough. Yeah, we have it set up this way here too. Left-hand turn vehicles have priority before incoming road vehicles. Average lap time 400 seconds with 4 vehicles is 100 seconds per vehicle, which means not enough trams currently, but I hope that the timing is incorrect because of me changing the line mid-travel. And they had to go further, so we'll see if it is going to be faster or not. You're a billionaire now in this map, yes. Hello Kratos, welcome. We are indeed. Yeah, maybe we'll have to combine the trams and try it again. I think I split them up because we didn't have enough trams to satisfy the demand. At that time, we have 15 vehicles running right now, individual trams. If we combine that down to 8, we kind of need 11 trams right now to deal with the lap time. I guess that's why we split them up. I mean, the student trams can probably be combined. Hello, Ofenklapper. Welcome. Yeah, there's 5 trams running here, and we're not caring too much about the amount of times they're running. We could combine them into 2 big trams and reduce traffic a bit. I don't know, we still need the frequency. I'm hoping they're gonna figure itself out now that I changed the traffic signs for the junction here. It looks a lot better for the time being. We'll have to see if it maintains that. And yeah, maybe the route timer on the Central-South line is going to go down. It already did to some extent. It would have to go down to 240 seconds to make sure we have exactly enough people, but yeah, I don't worry too much about that, I guess. Okay, another thing we need, well, you're picking up all the students as well. Those that want a high school, like a university degree. Oh yeah, they get sent over to the tram student stop. That makes sense. Then that is already set up. Perfect. I hope they don't get filtered from the tram student stop back to the other stop. Nah, they can't reach that. All good. Maybe next year we'll have the pool. I guess we'll get it started whenever they get to it. We'll finish the pool before the housing. And then they can go swim while the housing is being constructed around them. These houses look great. Very many people living here. None of them uneducated either. Steel production going up, meaning more pollution is going to be generated. As our population numbers go up again, we'll see how bad the pollution gets. Average pollution 30% right now. How come happiness is at 60? Because it's good again. It was at 58 when we had problems, but now it's good. It's bad because people want electronics and they're not getting any. I'm not giving them any electronics. And that drops happiness by 7% every time someone wants electronics and doesn't get any. But only 170 people in the last month, I think, is the counter, wanted electronics. Don't you think you have enough money for electronics by now? Yeah, but I don't want them to have electronics. I also have enough money to give them, like, personal horses. They're not getting that either. Once they start getting electronics, the electronic price is one thing that you can afford sometime, and then at some point you can't anymore. Costs 1.3 million ruble. 1.3 million rubles per ton of electronics. Yes, that would melt through our reserves. Plus, the electronics are on a exponential graph, like anything else imported from the east. What a deal! I want a ton of your finest 5070 NVIDIA graphics cards, please. So yeah, if you get your population hooked on electronics and make it work that way, at some point the cost of electronics is going to become too high, because that price is going to go up higher than everything else. Production capabilities are going to shrink, and costs are going to explode. No electronics factories yet? No. I'm not planning on supplying my Republic with any electronics. I bought some electronics in the beginning on accident and immediately sold them again. So for all time we imported 1.47 tons of electronics early when I had a setting set incorrectly, and then we immediately exported that again. And that was that. What if only export the electronics? Electronics tech is too high tech, I think. It's too advanced. Semiconductors 1932, electronics 1934. We can't do it, it's too modern. Nah, it's too high. As soon as I start giving my people radios, they convert that into TVs and computers, and it just doesn't feel right anymore. We're building the outdoor swimming pool now. It should be done by spring next year, I think. I believe it needs 10 degrees outside temperature to function. 15 degrees. Not very usable on Siberia. I want to see what happens to the market price. Well, then you're gonna have to make your own megacity. No supply citizens, only for exporting. Yeah, no idea. Probably just gonna keep going up like all the other resources. Inflation's gonna increase and you're just gonna make a ton of money with it. Need a policy update to the game so you can adjust and restrict such things, like banning TVs and computers. That would be nice, yeah. That's what the Cybercow map will become. Cybercow. Where you're gonna run like Siberia, but you're only gonna be allowed to heat every home with cow poo. Is that what's gonna happen? say it smells like money. We're running construction vehicles through the area, which will cause its own delays. Yeah, the right of way here is okay. I think this junction is fine. No new workers and resources announcements at the Summer Game Fest this weekend. Oh. Well, they're gonna announce it once it's probably close to completion, I guess. I hope it's gonna be feature complete and not another early start DLC. I was happy with what they released in early start, but they added so much more content. Could have gotten a much better release, I guess. Lego city builders of any type. Stronghold 4 was announced. I haven't seen the trailer yet. I guess that's kind of a city builder. But yeah, why new city builder if workers and resources exist, huh? I think the engine is garbage. Would have to build it from the ground up. Yeah. The Stronghold game's the same. What a typo. Stronghold. Sounds like a stock market term. We're doing a stronghold on the Bitcoin. We released some of them like at least 5 times by now. Yep, I know they apparently have enough money to try again with a new version. I didn't like 2. I haven't played 3. I haven't really gotten into the re-releases either, although I bought one of them. But then they started re-releasing multiple times. No decent city builders shown this weekend. I don't know if I have one on my wish list. I'm gonna consult my wish list. It only has 232 games. Let's see. City builder. Why? There's so much. Wait. There's so much junk searching this. Okay. History City Florence, I guess I liked. Times of Progress looked interesting. Car Park Capital, but they all don't really have announcement dates, like release dates, I guess. Yeah, no idea. Steam to Electric, but that's a train management game, I guess. Got 900 games on my wishlist, so much stuff that got released and flopped or just got cancelled, I need to clear it. Yeah. I wanted to try and keep it below 100, but it just keeps growing. The rare and wise wishlist, exactly. They should rename it into the I hope it's good list. Or I hope it's gonna be on sale list. Or why did I add this? I forgot list. The please don't flop list. Yeah, that falls under the I wish it is good or was good list. My daughter's asking whether you could show a firefighter, please. A firefighter? Are we starting that again? I don't know if we have a fire right now. I can't see any smoke plume. Firefighter. There's nothing burning right now, otherwise it would be going to the top of the list, I guess. There's a firefighter walking to work. And a horse fire engine. But if we're looking for proper fire trucks, we have to look at the fire stations around and surrounding the steel mill because they have proper fire engines. super modern stuff, as you can see, being repaired right now. Both of them very smart at the same time. Having both fire engines being repaired at the same time is always good for keeping things safe and protected. Otherwise I don't see a fire right now. Maybe I'll spot one. Sometimes they show up. Now I'm like on the lookout for fires to start happening. That's just a heating plant. The heating plants will kick into gear now. Maybe we can go for vehicles by fire truck and see if anyone's moving. I thought it could tell us the speed. Maybe not. I'm not sure if I can create a fire all of a sudden. When does it start burning? I don't know. What's decided about Transport Fever 3? I could not get into the previous Transport Fever games. The economy of the last one was so weird. It felt like a... It was too gamified, I guess. Should be able to show old vehicles to tourists for money. That would be... yeah, that would be a museum, I guess. I can't see any fire. I'm not gonna spawn a fire. I'm not gonna create a fire. Technical museum. The best kind of museum. Technically correct. Something should catch fire at some point. Will we miss it though? Maybe this way it's easier to see the smoke plumes from a random fire. That's just another heating plant. Yeah. Majestic, yeah. What a skyline. Look at this majestic skyline. Unfortunately, I can't present a fire right now. Gonna move the timeline ahead soon. What do you mean move the timeline ahead soon? You want... There's no progress technologically in this city. It's always going to be a 19th style century city. 19th century style city. It's not going to modernize. I want to get... The goal is to get the city with horses, trains and a couple trucks up to 100,000 citizens. That was the goal. While maintaining the theme and the art of early start only. And nothing too modern. And by too modern I mean 1920 is approaching too modern. And no mods. So we gotta use some of the more modern trains because we have nothing older. Mods, I know. I said the word again. Modded content. aka mods. I'm sure we've already missed a fire or something, but I can't see it. Now that it's winter, there's probably going to be fires. Waiting for the dust to trickle in more missing early start vehicles. I mean, I haven't really. I only have been using horses mostly, so I can't really talk about missing early start vehicles at the moment. Could you please show the police? Yes. Horse police or regular police? We got the regular police here. There's probably one vehicle running right now, somewhere. There's one. Doesn't have the siren on because it's returning from work. Maybe one that will start soon will have the siren on. I think they have a siren. But yeah, these are really, really old school police cars. Gonna have to wait for one to start up. Shouldn't take too long. No horse combine. There's a horse combine. I checked that one earlier this stream. There is a horse-drawn combine. If I can find it real quick. There it is. Horse-drawn combine. Do they not have a siren? I thought they do. I guess they don't have a siren. I know the horse police has like bells that they keep ringing, but I guess these police cars do not have a horn or siren that they keep honking. Yeah, doesn't use a bell either. The horse ones do. Let me check a horse police station. There you go. And the two horses in front outrank you and the driver. Criminals beware. Indeed. Did the fire start showing up somewhere while I wasn't looking? I don't see one. I guess we could check the building maintenance view again and see if anything showed up. Nope, everything's still below 40. Nothing caught fire. At least not for an extended amount of time. Not breeding better horses? No. Not micromanaging horse carriages. We got so many of them. I'm getting my horses from the border. We're done with the groundworks. We're now in the laying brick phase for the outdoor swimming pool, so it'll be done very soon. But it won't be usable until next year. But yeah, I'm going to put a cut in here for now. Our population seems well recovered, really nicely. We almost breached a new top number, not quite yet. Probably next year. Then we'll have to see if it keeps trending upwards or not. So, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Made it a little bit longer. We'll be raiding over to Zadelier, who's also playing Workers and Resources, running his new challenge run. of a republic that only can build where there's no trees, and the whole map is covered and slathered in trees. Setting up his first housing, I think. Is there any early start planes? I don't know. I guess I can't check right now because I can't buy them from the border. I can check in the list of vehicles. 1930, 1929. Nothing earlier than that, I don't think. Not sure when commercial flight kicked off. After World War I, I guess. So probably not that much. If you want to stick around for the raid, please do. If not, that is fine too. Yeah, thank you. It's gonna be another half hour before I can get it, but I'll probably do my walk. I don't know. Yeah, well, I'll walk there, order it, then do my walk, and I don't know. We'll do something. Till then, take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.